Oh, hello everybody. I hope you're having a great Sunday. Welcome back to my Final Fantasy VIII Remastered Replay Request livestream. Kind of chilly Sunday here. Hope you're having a good Sunday morning, afternoon. Yeah, bless me. I'm still feeling that aftertaste of what I ate today. Hello, Gorn 1120. Hope you're having a good day on your end. Okay, so agenda for today. So we are going to begin Disc 3. We'll only pass through the small portions of the story as planned, and we'll focus more on side quests, grinding, and triple Triad. Last note, if you like my content, you can freely share it to your other gamer friends, like and subscribe, interact with chat. You know what to do. Okay, let's begin. Is it over? What happened? Rinoa. What happened to Rinoa? Squall, can you hear me? Head to Edea's house at once. Sorceress Edea, Matron is back at the orphanage. So we got the GF Alexander from the last battle. My flag is blowing up my mic every couple seconds. Yep, it does, because the wind is... Yep. Unless I get something cooler, I'm gonna get a little sweaty, and I don't want that. There aren't much insulation here, unless it's cold. Alright, so let's go with Alexander. So he has elemental defenses ×4, revive, med data. So he's required to get another GF much later. Not this last stream, which is good. Cards. This will do. So at this point, Renoa won't be able to be in the party due to this reason. So we'll just have to wing in content without her. Sorceress Edea, our Matron. I want to hear what he has to say. So let's get the hidden magazine here that suddenly appeared. So this will only be available after the events in the Battle of the Gardens. Weapons Monthly July. Matron is back at that house. Okay. Alright. We're meeting the Matron. Man, I'm nervous. There's so much we want to ask the Matron. Many thanks for your hard work. Are you angry with me? I don't blame you. All I do is talk big, but in times of trouble, I run away. I was in a no-win situation. Your defeat could be the end of you. Your victory would mean losing my wife. I just couldn't bear to face either outcome. I don't care about myself, but please forgive me. Here we are, we're meeting the Matron. My children, please forgive me. I raised you as my own, yet still, we feel the same way. We fought, knowing very well you are Matron. That was the only choice we had left. Matron, your seeds. You cannot back out of a battle. You were magnificent. However, it is not over yet. At any time, I may. Please listen to what Edea has to say. Who knows, she may be possessed again. I have been possessed all this time. I was at the mercy of Sorceress Ultimecia. Ultimecia is a sorceress from the future, a sorceress many generations ahead of her time. Ultimecia's objective is to find Eleni. She is after Eleni's mysterious power. I knew Eleni very well. Ultimecia is a very fearful sorceress. Her heart is filled with anger and hate. There was no way I was going to let Ultimecia get a hold of me. The only thing I could do was surrender my soul to Ultimecia and lose control of my mind. That was the only way I could save him. And the end result? Well, you all know. The sorceress that appeared in Galbaja was in fact Ultimecia, inside my shell. Ultimecia has yet to achieve her goal. I believe she may use my body again to carry out her plans. I plan to make a stand this time, but if that does not work, I may have to face you in battle once again. I ask for your support in the seats. Have you all heard of Sorceress Edea before? She was the ruler of Estar during the Sorceress War. There's been no news about her since. The Galbajans must have thought I was the sorceress who received Sorceress Edea's powers. However, that is not the case. I received the powers of the previous sorceress at the age of 5. So, what does that mean? I believe Sorceress Edea is still alive, and that Ultimecia is my body in order to use the body of Sorceress Edea. Sorceress Edea is the type who will not hesitate to use her powers for her own selfish desires. Should Sorceress Ultimecia from the future bequeath her anger and hatred onto Edea, their power will be unimaginable. Squall, let's hear what else Matron has to say. I've heard enough. I understand that listening to what Matron has to say is important, but Renoa. Matron, do you know what's wrong with Renoa? Renoa is the girl in light blue. I remember vaguely. What happened to her? Okay, sorry about that. She was with us when we fought you. After the battle. Her body was cold. She didn't move. Did Renoa die? No! Forgive me, Squall. I don't think I can be of any help. It's alright. Squall, I understand how you feel, but you are in the position of leadership. The other students at Garden have a right to know about the outcome of the battle and what's to come. Take whatever information you can get here back to Garden. Remember, it wasn't just Renoa. Everyone fought. I understand, but that isn't something a leader should say. Damn it! Dr. Mesh's objective is to find Aloni. The first time we met was the day I became a seer. We met again in temper. Eloni's mysterious power, sending one's consciousness back into the past. So, Ultimisha wants to use Eloni's power, right? We had a lot of arguments at first, but in time, things began to change. I get it. Ultimisha wants to send her consciousness from this period further into the past. What's she going to do in the present? You were looking at me. You smiled when our eyes met. Time compression. Time compression made me feel calm, tranquil. It's time magic. Past, present, and future get compressed. What's going to happen to the world? Why do something like that? Renoa, give me another chance. I can't imagine a world where time is compressed. Yo, Squall! You're not even listening! So basically, all we have to do is prevent Ultimisha from getting a hold of Eloni. Yes, but we're going back to Garden. We have to let everyone know. Hey, we're worried about Renoa too, you know. Then why don't you? Forget it. That about covers the update. Our task at hand is to find Eloni, then we'll deal with Ultimisha. I believe that Eloni is on the White Seed ship. We're setting out to look for it. I wonder where it could be. We'll gather information for a while. Be prepared for battle at any time. And Sorceress Edea is back at her home. She's probably not our enemy anymore. Let's just leave her alone. Is Renoa in the infirmary? I'll go visit her later. Okay, so let's do a little bit of side quest first. So you can go to the infirmary to trigger the next part of the story, or you can just go anywhere for the meantime. I think we'll do, I think we should check on the library quests. Hey, it's you again. Aren't there three of you in the library committee? Well, since the three of us are so close, we're very flexible with our schedules. Is the girl with the pigtail off today? Yes, she is. Can I help you? Nah, it's okay. Thanks. So, not here. So, that's pretty much a part of it. And if I can remember, since I picked the Timber Maniacs magazine in whatchamacallit, Shumi Village, I don't think we'll be able to get Ward in this playthrough. Maybe we should do the side quest later. I wanna get this done. I wanna get this done for the meantime. So I'll have to give Meteor to somebody else. She got it. She got it. Squall, be a dear and take care of things till I get back, okay? I know. You feel so cold. Are you going to be like this forever? Isn't there anything I can do? You were so full of life. Now you don't even make a sound. I want to hear your voice. This is like talking to a wall. I know. Call my name. Okay, so party junction. So we will assume characters taking charge of Laguna's party. So Squall will always be with Laguna. I'll put in Zealot's Kyrus this time. Why the heck do I have to do this? Because we have no money. Alright, I'm sorry! Yeah, so it's kind of my fault that we stay at the hotel so often. What the heck? I'm not cut out to be an actor. So you say, but we know you're really quite excited. Okay, everyone, take your positions. Man, I can't believe this director making a movie with me, an amateur. What the heck am I supposed to do? Alright. So we were lucky I got the job. As long as we make some money, right? Are you serious? What kind of costume is this? No complaining. Let's go. Hey, look at you. Not bad. This is your co-star, playing the part of the sorceress. Hi, nice to meet you. All we need now is someone to play the dragon. Oh, perfect. Hey, you back there. Yes? I'm kinda in the squeeze here. The guy playing the dragon is sick. Do you think you could put on the dragon costume and just walk down here? I'll pay ya. I guess so. Okay, just be on standby over there. Okay, people, here we go. Scene 12, Death of the Sorceress. Ready? Action! Oh, Sir Knight, save me from the wicked dragon. Okay, I'll save you from the dragon. Darn it, I'm getting all nervous here. And what's with this gunblade? I haven't used one of these since training. Kinda like this. Hey, not bad. I'll just put in some voiceovers. Okay, bring on the dragon. Hey, come on guys, the dragon. Alright, here we go. just like the real thing! Excellent work, Kiros! Oh, wait a minute. Was that costume that big? Whoa! Kiros is taking this seriously. Man, looks like the real thing. Urgh! Jeez, take it easy, Kiros. What the? Is this thing real? What? No wonder. What am I doing? I'm getting out of here. Well, Sir Knight, it's all yours. Sir Knight, I must bid you farewell. Hey! Don't just leave me here. It's not gonna let me go. The gunblade. Alright, let's go! Now's my chance! Run! Darn! Stupid dragon! Who the heck is Kiros? Laguna, did you call me? Yeah! Waited long enough? Here! Alright, time to kick some dragon butt! Hold on a sec. Laguna runs for dear life. Who's running? Yeah, I'll do it. Pray that Odin doesn't show up. a good scream. Kupopo. Hello, KR127. Welcome. Thank you. We're just farming for magic right now since we only have 2 people in the party for Ruby Dragon. It would make it harder if I pick the magazine in Shimi Village. I haven't entered the desert yet. We'll do that later, but yep. Believe it or not, I hate Cactuars. Mostly because they keep on escaping when you see one. Cactuars can be tricky. Secret gym. Yep, yep. Not gonna make it in there for the meantime. Because we're just starting this tree. So we cannot even enter there because we don't have the Ragnarok yet. We're getting to the point where we're gonna do side quests, so hang tight. Side quests, multiple Triad. really aren't there. They just keep coming. We're out of here. What is that? I can't disconnect. What is this connect thing? Is it you, Squall? Yeah. Connect is just what I call it. It's when I use my special power. Oh, I know. I must be asleep. That's why I can't control it. I'm sorry, Squall. Just let me use your spirit for a little while longer. Let me go back. She ain't here either. If I may ask, what happened to this Eloni? She was kidnapped by Estar soldiers. I've been traveling, trying all I can to get inside Estar, but they were looking for a successor to the Estar Sorceress Edea? Yeah, exactly it. Is she your daughter? No, but she's just so cute. Oh, I wish I could hear her voice. I want to hear Rinoa's voice. Is something the matter? No, just the fairies. I don't care if it's in the past or what. I want to hear Rinoa. I want to see Rinoa. That way there might be a chance to save her. You can't change the past. I just found that out. When I was kidnapped, Uncle Laguna went on a journey to find me. But because she did, Uncle Laguna wasn't able to be by Rain's side when she died. Rain wanted to show Laguna her newborn baby. Rain kept calling for Laguna, so no matter what, I wanted Laguna to stay in the village. But it didn't work. I can no longer make it back to the moment. And also, I can only send her inside someone I've met before. I'm sorry, Squall. I'm about to disconnect. I'll try again to speak to you this way. Sis! Eloni! I want to hear Rinoa's voice. I can see you if we go back in time. Maybe even change things. Eloni! Eloni, can you hear me? Send me back to the moment Rinoa went to a coma. Eloni, you won't answer me? I know she's on the White Seed ship. White Seed. Edea's seed. Edea's seed? Maybe Edea would know the whereabouts of the ship. Then I can see Eloni. Then maybe I can go back. Okay, so I guess everybody has meteors now. Okay, let's go and do some side quests now. What do you know, we got two of the same boss card. Quote unquote aliens. Lots of aliens. Okay, so we will conclude the library girl with a pigtail side quests. So once you regardless of whether you participated in the scenes or not, you will have to return to Bala by disc 3. Make sure Zel's in the party, and somebody from either the train station, if you go to the train station directly from Timber, or you went to the main entrance, somebody will tell you that the girl in a pigtail will be there. And there she is. Hey Zell, do you know a pigtail at the garden? Do you know a girl at the garden with a pigtail? She came by your house the other day. So that's the key point. Yo Ma, has anyone come by to see me? Someone with a pigtail? Huh? What's this all of a sudden? No one stopped by. That's strange. So you're going to have another friend visit? I'm looking forward to meeting this person. I hate naps. Now all we have to do is stay in the hotel. Where's Zell? By the way, Zell was a problem child too, wasn't he? There it is. Wait, Squall! Look at that! Zell, I really wanted you to read this. I'm glad I found you here. Well, I'm not the kind to read books, and I don't really like sitting around all quiet either. I know. That's why I picked out this book. Alright! Each time, well, even just sometimes when you read this book, please think of me, even if it's just a little. That would be enough to fill my heart. I'm sorry, I just had to tell you. Please take care of yourself. You, Squall, I was waiting for you. Let's go. So if you were able to witness all the scenes with the library girl with a pigtail without missing out through the parts of the story, you'll get the full completion of the dialogue that the pigtail says. So she confessed her feelings towards Zell, and there we go. Even if you do not partake in the side quest, the only thing is that you won't able to read the conversation thoroughly. So even if you missed some parts, you'll still get the book, but you won't get the full conversation. Let's just say secret dialogues and whatnot. So this is Combat King 003, Meteor Beret, Finishing Blow. Now let's head for Dolan. There is a side quest involving the dog and the the kid there. if you do it in this one or this two, you'll get the common restorative items like potions, remedies, and whatnot. But if you do them in this three, the rewards will change. So you will get, at least you will get an X potion or an elixir. So I'd rather do this in this three so that we can get the high, the more potent medicinal items. Let's go to Dalit. Why? Every time I'm almost done my painting, you! Forget it. I'm going to the bench to let out some steam. Next time you pull a prank like this, I'm going to coochie-coo the back of your neck. Understand? Regular paintings are boring. That white bone is my way of expressing myself. My grandpa always tells me that artists have to be novel and original. It's a white bone, alright. Hey, I know this place. And you'll notice the dog is already gone. There used to be a dog here. Where did it go? Mr. I'm only 17. My grandson, he always doodles all over my painting just when I'm about to finish. Really? Does he really hate me that much? I don't think so. Doodles show the secret hiding place of a doggy. Just follow the girl's advice. So let's go to where that place is with the dog. And there's the couple. Hi, sugar. Sorry to keep you waiting. I didn't wait at all, honey. The doggy. Bone and something underneath it. Every time I finish a new painting, that boy has to mess it up! I've had it up to a year. Next time he pulls this prank, I'm going to coochie the bottom of his feet. I didn't give in to the coochie coo in my neck. From now on, artists have to fight for their creativity. To go to the pub, but first let's see the dialogue between the old man and the girl. Do you like me like a real grandpa? Yeah. Oh really? I really wanted a granddaughter. Don't say stuff like that. Your grandson will get sad. You're right, little girl. I'm sorry. He's probably lonely too. And something underneath. Make a motion. Not again! I've won him so many times. That boy! Next time he pulls this prank, I'm gonna coochie coo his ribs. Coochie coo in the bottom of my feet was pretty rough, but still, I didn't give in. I'm an artist who fights oppression. I'm kinda cool. It's just behind us. I hope your mommy comes home soon. Yeah. I'm not as lonely today because you're here. Elixir. I wonder if he's feeling sorry. Send you to tickling hell if I catch you being bad. But Grandpa, you're always painting. I'm bored. You never play with me, but you play with girls. Why? That's because you're always doing bad things. Now that you've done it, you're going straight to tickling hell. That was a weird laugh. And that's the end of it. Perhaps I should have played with it more often, but I'm too old for sports. Poker? I couldn't find up the coochie coo to my ribs, so I'm through with my pranks now. But I was able to voice my opinion. I feel much better about myself. I think I've grown up a little. Nothing here. So we'll go back to there later, since there is an important thing to do here before we finish the game. Okay, let's get out of Dolan. Now, let's grind. Let's grind to the main event for the meantime. So we are going back to Centra. But first we have to double check the Shuri Village. Remember, the ultimate draw point has a quick refill, and it's the only way for us to get Ultimas without refining or drawing from Ultima Weapon. Okay, let's go to the desert. A very small window that the area will be called as Cactuar Island. And it's supposed to be just this particular island right there that has the popping cactus. We'll just have to be careful and poke this place so that we can only get Cactuars. Remember, the Cactuars have very high evade, they will escape from you and make your life even more miserable. So make sure you have party abilities like Alert, Initiative, and High Speeds. They have very low HP, they fall quite easily, and they're weak to water. Yeah, like that. I hate Cactuars already! They yield very little EXP, but they give very high AP, makes them the perfect enemy for AP farming. You better have the party members with 255 hit rate, so Squall will always hit them regardless. Selfie is the other character that can hit perfectly with the Strange Vision, which is her ultimate weapon. So you'll have to junction triple on hit J. Almost everybody can get 255, probably except for Zell. He's missing 2%, but it doesn't matter as long as the attack lands. Yes, you're good. So we'll have to unlock abilities for Alexander as well. Them Cactuars indeed. I hate them when they escape. Hence the video description. So although a lot of people hated Marlboros, Ruby Dragons, and Loyalists, Ultimate Omega Weapon, I'm different. I hate Cactuars. I hate them so much. Okay, we got the med level up. So this is important for us to unlock the next GF that we will get much later. So I think I'll buy some remedies. I think I'll buy some more remedies. Yep, the original PlayStation version will always have Omega Weapon at level 100, so that is much more difficult than the PC version, the janked up PC version, and the remastered version. So I think PlayStation Ultimate Omega Weapon is much more difficult. Omega Weapon, I mean. Ultimate Weapon will still scale off from your character's level. So Remedy Plus is right there. Let's buy some more remedies because why not? Yep, true. Except that you'll miss out on Chocobo World, which is Japan exclusive Pocket Station. Mostly because of the Pocket Station. That's something that is like so dead, limited time, blah blah blah. Yeah, I still find the PS1 version really good. Because what really turns me off in this version is the premature cut-offs from BGMs, mostly the BGMs, and the sound effects are like, I don't know, they have missed out on the really flashy ones. That's why that's kind of upsetting for my part for the remastered version. We still have a few more skills to unlock, so we'll have to slaughter more of these stupid, annoying, escaping cacti. Yep, too polished. For me, it's the background music, sound effects, fade in, fade outs. They just miss that out too much. You annoying escaping cactus! If I didn't get alert before I enter this place and I get a 4x4 Cactuar and they went struck first or back attack ambush and they all flee, you'll never like the bad side of me raging over escaping enemies. Good thing we got up. Damn it! Do it! The moment one of them escapes, I am like a ticking time bomb. 20 AP per kill. Or 0 if they escape out of you. Die! Whip him good. Exactly. I didn't even junction water on any one of them. Thank you, Kaboo. The massacre of the Cactuars will continue until I get enough of the skills for Cerberus and Alexander, and then we'll continue on with more side quests. More side quests and maybe more pain, because coming up next is triple triad rule abolishing rage run. So I'm going to visit maybe Wind Hill first, because they have the essential rules, and then Edea can be challenged for her own card if you talk to her in her house, and as well as trying to abolish the other most toxic rule. I hate plus. I can play same, no problem, just no plus. No plus. Here we go! 4 of them at once, and then one escapes. I'm gonna bet one of them will escape. Woohoo! Down! Back attack! Time to die! Okay, we're done. Let's start our triple triad rule abolishing attempt for Trabia and Central region. So let's start with Trabia first. So we want to get rid of random and plus from this region. Yes! Random rule was abolished from this region. That was easy. Well, that's bad. Well, I have to go to Balam to, wait, no. Let's see if we can get to, let's see if we can get there. No, they don't like it. Wait, that doesn't seem bad. That sounds bad. Hold on. Okay, I don't want the plus roll, so let's go back to Balam and reset everything. We should have enough gil so that we can pay 30,000 per re-adding and whatnot. I think I screwed up. Screwed up. We could just respray as long as the queen is available. Come on! try moving to Triad Garden. But first. Let's stock up more Ultimas. Well, this leaves only the trade rule. Okay. No problem. We can just, spread... So this is essential because if you complete the CC group before the point of no return, one of them will master the Trabia region rules, and one of them will possess every rare card in the game, especially those that are which are a part of the Queen of Cards side quests. So this is big. This is big. You drop me down again to another rank. Nope. Okay, let's go to Dalit. I want to get rid of the random rule there. Or maybe not. Let's go to Trivia first. Let's add some new rules to that place. Since Trivia has no rules, hooray! No rules to apply on. We got rid of the you guessed it. Save another, put another save. so both Balam and Trabia now has the same rules. Well played. Clean sweep. Yep. Okay, next stop, Dolet. And unfortunately, we kept the random rule there because I was able to, despite that, I was able to get Siren's card quickly. What? Are you kidding me? said that nothing's changed, so that's really bad. Okay, random roll is gone. Out of here. Open elemental. Okay, whatever. Alright, let's go to Windhill, because Windhill player, the card players at Windhill uses Central Regions rules. So, at the very least I want to remove both random and plus. Or at least plus. Because we have modded some cards anyway. So, let's go to Windhill. We won't have problems with S-Star. I definitely like S-Star's rules. Except that we need same so that we can play with same wall. Are you kidding me? Wow, you really don't want me, you really don't want to add or abolish something. You gotta be kidding me! Yeah, there's no change. No change. Let's try a different NPC. Not the elemental rule. No! Okay, another NPC. Because if any of these will work, we'll have to go to... You're kidding me! Okay, they added open, which is good. No! Quistis, you don't do that! No! Don't do it. Don't do it. Not for me. No, 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 no. No, not you too, Nida. No. Okay, I think we may have screwed up. But anyway, since Central only has one rare card, we might as well YOLO it. Yeah, I said we YOLO it. We YOLO, we go back to take 2. Okay, that was better. Okay, let's advance while we're here. Is there anything at all I can help you with? The White Seed ship. The one Elome's on. Those children they are very cautious. They would never remain in one place for long. I see. Oh yes, however, those children seem to have taken a liking to Centra's landscape. Therefore, they maybe have stationed their ship by an inlet somewhere on the Central continent. And Squall, please take with you this letter that I wrote. With this, they shall welcome you. So, lore, the White Seed ship. We first came up with it to protect Elone from Estar. Edea served as the captain of the ship, but before long, many children were brought on board, and it became somewhat of an orphanage. Edea taught the children well, and they too were referred as seeds. Okay, before we move, let's get rid of these rules. Okay, don't forget to restock on some Ultimas needed. Wow, it's really fortunate that we are able to quickly abolish Trebius rules quickly, because I don't think I'm gonna enjoy it but one bit if we screwed up or took too long to do this stuff. Anyway. Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's go to let's go find a white seed ship. So it should be around here. There it is. We meet again. My name is Squall. Receipts from Bound Garden. So I'd like to speak to your leader. I'm in charge. State your business. Depending on what you say, we may ask you to leave immediately. I want to see alone. We pose no threat. Edea told us that you would be here. Edea. How? Edea is no longer under Sorceress Edeia's control. She is now our ally, so there's no reason for you to hide Alone's whereabouts from us. We want to take Alone back to protect her from Ultimecia. Thank you for coming, but we have no reason to believe you. Please leave. Wow! Long time no see, sir! Whoa! Look who's here! Squall, how's it going? I can't believe you're here. Everybody doing good, sir? After you guys left, the Galbajan buttheads came after us, and we barely escaped to this boat. I was sure we were goners, sir. Zone went nuts and was thinking about swimming across the sea to escape. Hey, it was a plan. All you were doing was whining like a big baby. We're gonna die! We're gonna die! And look who jumped in first. You numb nuts! I don't see how these wackos keep surviving. So, how's Rinoa? Where is she? Rinoa fought with us against Edea. For some reason, she went unconscious after the fight. She's resting in the garden now. I don't know what happened. We couldn't protect her. I'm sorry. You son of a bang! What did I say? What did I say? Huh? I told you to take care of her. That nothing better happened to her. Scumbag! You pathetic, lying scumbag! Zone, come on! Easy, sir, easy! She's not dead. They just don't know what's wrong with her, that's all. Ain't that right, sir? Squall will never give up on her. Am I right, sir? We came here to get Alone because there's a new evil force after her. If we can get Alone and Rinoa together, maybe we can get Rinoa back. Really? C-Zone? I told you, sir. Rinoa's gonna be fine. She promised she would come back. We all have to free Timber together. Don't worry, sir. Alright. But I'm gonna say it one more time. If something happens to Rinoa again, I swear. Care for information, sir? Well, after this lady named Edea left, there haven't been any adults in this ship, sir. So far, I've only seen kids and guys our age. Everyone here is an orphan, sir. Me and Zone are orphans too, so we all kinda understand each other. Sometimes the little ones look lonely, and that's always tough to watch. Is Aloni here? Oh, you mean that pretty girl, sir? She left when some other ships came. What other ships? Who were they? There were some soldiers on the ships. I know I've seen them before. Estar! They were Estar soldiers, sir. Why Estar? What do they want with Aloni? I don't know, sir, but I think she was smiling as she left. What the heck's going on? Damn it. Everybody liked her a lot, sir. She was the one who found us in the water. Would have drowned if it weren't for her. She made us feel welcome too. She talked to us a lot when we first came aboard. We owe her our lives, sir. I'm sure everybody's really worried about her. The leader's usually in the cabin below deck, sir. He really gets serious when it comes to Aloni. He can be harsh at times, but he's actually a good guy, sir. He helps a lot of people who are in trouble. Here. This is Matron's writing. She really gave this to you? You guys call her Matron too, huh? Yes, ever since we were little. We were raised by Edea too. It was difficult to fight against her, but we did. Fortunately, everything turned out well. Edea is no longer evil. She's back to her old self again, the kind Matron we remember. Squall, thank you. We owe you and Balam Garden much. Even our salute is the same. Matron told us it hasn't changed since Seed was established. Okay, let's explore the ship a little for some info. I love sunshine. It feels good. Watts told me sunshine was good for you. It's getting dark already. It's getting too cold to sit out here these days. My sister doesn't catch colds anymore since we sit in the sun, but now I think I'm getting the sniffles. It's probably because I always sit on this side, in the shade. I don't know why I keep doing that. Yuki. Here, Yuki. Let's roam around the ship for a bit. Whoa! Cool! I got to talk to a stranger. Don't you just love the sound of the sea? It's so soothing. It takes your mind off of everything. Reminds me of my childhood. It's interesting how some cultures relate the sea to a mother. Matron's warm heart and grace was like the sea. Still remember that horrible day when her warm smile suddenly turned to a wicked grin. She was never the same after that. But that day, the calm sea that she personified became putrid, frozen, and eventually it shattered. I'm so happy that she's alright. Thank you. What are your parents like? Well, I spoke to my parents right after I was born, so I don't know anything about them. But it's strange. When I gaze at the sea, I can feel their presence. Our hearts can do wonders. Today's class is hard. It's important, but I don't understand. I don't like studying that much, but I want to be like Miss Linda and wear that white uniform, so I'm gonna work hard. Today, we're going to start on a new book. It's a story about a very wise man called Vascarin. The title of the book is The Legend of Vascarin. Once upon a time, there was a person named Hein. Hein was a ruler of the world. He became lazy and decided to make a tool to make his life easier. Hein made a neat tool. This tool could make more tools by itself. Soon, there were a lot of tools in the world. Those tools were actually people. When Hein woke up, he was surprised because there were a lot of people. Hein wanted to reduce the number of people and use magic to bring up a lot of small people. The small people were called children. The people cherished the children very much. So the people rebelled against Hein. Hein used powerful magic to fight them. The people couldn't use magic but had wisdom. Eventually, Hein became the most because there were too many people to fight and they were getting smarter. Therefore, he decided to make peace with the people by offering them half of his body along with his powers. Hein cut his body in half and gave the people half as promised. Then, another war started. People began to fight over the power Hein offered them through his body. The war lasted for decades. Finally, King Zebalga and the Zebalga tribe emerged victorious and demanded Hein's body half to get its powers. But the body ignored their demands. Then, Vascarin came to the rescue. He appeared before the confused Zebalgas and revealed to them that Hein's body half was corrupt and possessed no real power. Hein's body half was actually Hein's cast-off skin. The Zebalgas were angered by this truth and decided to destroy Hein. The Zebalgas never find Hein. People began to call him Hein the Magician and continued to hunt him for centuries to come. Here's the last Timber Maniacs magazine. This is permanently missable. Ow! I got dogs with me all of a sudden. Before, I had to keep watch on my own, but now Zone's helping me, so it's a little easier. Try waving to us next time we come by. I want to see if we can see it from here. You like fish? Then you probably won't have any problems living here. Fish is our main dish every day. It's healthy and all, but I sometimes really miss meat, you know. I heard that. Cough up to 10 gil. Crap, that's twice already today. You see, I've been mentioning meat so much lately that we decided to set a penalty. I just can't help it. Plus the penalty is only 10 gil, so Fine, it's gonna be 100 starting today. Ah, man. It's kinda cool to watch the sea. You hardly ever get bored of it. I learned how to pilot the ship a little. It's tough. With trains, you have to worry about staying on the track. But with ships, oh man, you gotta worry about the entire sea. Hey! That's the girl next door. How did you get it? Hey man, listen. I was wondering if you could give it to me? This is exactly what Zone wanted. Okay, so if we give it to him for free, we get something neat. We'll do just that. Serious? Oh man, thanks! You're awesome! Here, I want you to have this. Thanks again for the book. Okay, let's continue on. So it says in the letter you're looking for Aloni. I'm sorry, Aloni's no longer here. Remember we picked her up from your garden near the FH coast? We headed east to get away as far as we could from Edea and Galbadia. Before long, we encountered the Galbadian fleet. They had a lot of ships. Obviously, they were searching for us. Should have been more careful. They pursued us in full force. Luckily, we were able to escape, but our ship broke down and we were stranded. There was no way we were going to let the Galbadians take Aloni. Eventually, the Galbadians caught up to us and we had no choice but to prepare for battle. Then, an Estar ship appeared. A battle began between them, and we were caught in the middle of it. Then, something strange happened. Suddenly, an Estar ship came up beside us and Estar soldiers came aboard. They told us to get aboard their ship. It sounded like an order to evacuate. Of course, we refused. We didn't trust them as we didn't trust the Galbadians. As the Estar soldiers were trying to convince us, the battle became more intense. Soon, they were forced to leave our ship. As their ship was pulling away, Aloni yelled out something. Then all of a sudden, she jumped onto their ship. It wasn't like her at all. To this day, I don't understand why she did that. After that, Estar's fleet withdrew from battle and fled. After they left, well, it's a long story. After our ship is fully repaired, we plan to go to Estar. Sorry, Squall, we couldn't protect her. So Aloni's in Estar? We believe so. Have you decided on a destination? Estar. Oh man, xenophobic Estar. That area's terrain is not really suited for flying the garden. Anyway, set the course for S-Star. The S-Star continent is surrounded by a huge mountain range. It's literally hidden away by the mountains. There isn't much contact with the outside world. That's why they're called the Silent Country. I don't think the garden can fly over those mountains. There's one railroad line leading from FH to S-Star. FH used to have relations with S-Star. The railroad is all that remains. I can't believe we're going to S-Star. Those soldiers gives me the creeps. Okay, so this is the breaking point for the game. So we can either go to FH or go to the infirmary to see Renoa. These are the points to continue the game. So from then on, we can either do some stuff or go through the story. But I think this will be a fine stopping point for the meantime. So if you want to leave and return to the garden and talk to this kid. Anyway. That should do it for now for the stream, since I was expecting a very long run, but I think we may got lucky with abolishing trivia rules at this point, so we'll call that a win. So I'm gonna take a break from streaming today, so by tomorrow should be the trip to S-Star all together. So thanks a lot for tuning in with me. That's a lot of views. I'm not expecting much, but I appreciate every views, likes, and subscribes that you're giving to me. So the schedule for the next stream, I think I'll give myself either a day break. I need some time to relax. My dogs are very clingy. So, yep. Until next time, guys. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully.